Welcome to Midnight Keep, a refuge for the restless mind, a sanctuary for those who seek the gentle embrace of sleep. Here, we weave stories designed to quiet your thoughts, to slow your breathing, to guide you softly into the deepest rest. Each tale is crafted with care, each word chosen to soothe rather than startle, to comfort rather than excite. We explore forgotten places, quiet corners of the world where time moves differently, where the weight of the day can finally slip from your shoulders. If you find peace in these stories, if they help you drift away from worry and into dreams, consider supporting this channel with a like or by subscribing. Your support allows us to continue creating these nightly journeys, these safe harbors in the storm of sleeplessness. And now, let us begin tonight's voyage together into a place of profound stillness and ancient calm. Tonight, we journey to a mahogany library at Dusk, a vast sanctuary of knowledge that exists outside the rush of ordinary time. Imagine towering shelves that stretch toward vaulted ceilings, filled with countless leather-bound volumes that hold centuries of thought and wisdom. The light is fading beyond tall, arched windows, casting long shadows across Persian carpets, worn soft by generations of quiet footsteps. Antique brass lamps glow with warm golden light, and somewhere in the distance, a grand stone fireplace crackles gently, its flames dancing in hypnotic patterns. The air itself seems thick with stillness, with the scent of aged parchment and leather, with dust motes floating lazily through beams of amber light. This is a place of perfect solitude, of scholarly silence, where you can finally rest. Let us step across the threshold together. Chapter 1. The Threshold of Knowledge. You stand before the heavy oak doors, feeling their solidity beneath your palms. The wood is dark with age, smooth from countless hands that have pushed here before you. There is a weight to these doors, a presence, as though they guard something precious. You apply gentle pressure, and they swing inward with barely a whisper, well-oiled hinges moving in perfect silence. The first breath of library air reaches you, cool and dry, carrying that unmistakable scent of old leather and parchment, of paper that has aged into something almost sweet. It is the smell of preservation, of care, of knowledge kept safe from the chaos of the world. As the doors open wider, you glimpse the vast space beyond, shelves rising like cathedral walls, disappearing into shadow above. The dusk light from outside spills in with you, then fades as you step forward, and the doors swing gently closed behind you. You are inside now, and the silence settles around you like a physical presence. It is not the silence of emptiness, but the silence of fullness, of a space so filled with words and thoughts that sound itself becomes unnecessary. Your footsteps are muffled by a Persian carpet beneath you, its once bright patterns now faded to soft burgundies and deep blues, colors that seem to absorb light rather than reflect it. You pause, allowing your eyes to adjust to the dimness. The library stretches before you, deeper than you first imagined, row after row of mahogany shelves creating corridors that lead into shadow. The wood gleams softly, polished by time and touch, its rich reddish-brown tones warm, even in the fading light. Above, the vaulted ceiling arches upward, its height making you feel both small and strangely safe, held within something far larger than yourself. The distant crackle of the fireplace draws your attention, a gentle sound that echoes softly through the vast hall. You turn toward it, noticing how the sound seems to wrap around the shelves, bouncing off leather spines and wooden surfaces until it becomes almost musical. The fireplace itself is not yet visible, hidden somewhere deeper in the library, but you can see its influence. Warm light flickers against the spines of books on distant shelves, creating a dance of amber and shadow. The light pulses gently, rhythmically, like a heartbeat. You begin to walk toward it, your pace naturally slowing to match the contemplative atmosphere. There is no need to hurry here. Time feels different within these walls, stretched and softened, each moment given room to breathe. Your hand trails along a shelf as you pass, fingertips brushing against leather bindings, feeling the slight ridges of embossed titles too worn to read in this light. Tall, arched windows line the wall to your left, their glass thick and slightly wavy with age. Through them, the last light of dusk seeps in, a deep blue-gray that speaks of the boundary between day and night. The world outside is fading, but in here, the library maintains its own gentle illumination. Antique brass lamps hang at intervals along the shelves, their warm glow creating pools of golden light. The lamps are beautiful, their metalwork ornate with careful detail, vines and leaves worked into the brass with patient skill. Each lamp casts its light downward, highlighting specific sections of shelving while allowing shadows to gather in the spaces between. The effect is one of intimacy within vastness. Small heavens of light where you could pause, select a volume, and lose yourself in reading. But tonight, you are not here to read. You are here simply to be, to exist within this space of profound calm. You round a corner between towering shelves, and finally, the fireplace comes into view. It is magnificent, a grand stone structure built into the wall, its mantel carved with intricate patterns that echo the Gothic arches of the windows. The firebox is deep, and within it, logs burn with a gentle steadiness. The flames are not wild or urgent. They move with a meditative slowness, curling around the wood, finding pockets of sap that hiss softly as they ignite. The heat reaches you even from several feet away, a radiating warmth that seems to seep into your bones, loosening muscles you did not realize were tense. Before the fireplace, positioned on another faded Persian carpet, stands a weathered wooden desk. Papers rest upon its surface, their edges curling slightly, a fountain pen lying abandoned mid-thought. Someone was here once, working in this perfect solitude, but they are long gone now. The desk is yours if you want it, or you can simply stand here, watching the fire. The firelight casts shifting shadows across everything, making the library feel alive in subtle ways. Shadows stretch and contract across the carpet, climb the shelves, dance along the ceiling. You notice dust motes floating through the still air, visible only where they drift through a beam of lamplight or the glow from the fire. They move so slowly, rising and falling on currents of air too gentle to feel, tiny galaxies suspended in the scholarly atmosphere. You draw a deep breath, letting the scent of the library fill your lungs completely. Old paper, leather, a hint of wood smoke, the faint mustiness of age that is not unpleasant, but rather comforting, the smell of things carefully preserved. Your shoulders drop, tension releasing with your exhale. The weight you carried in with you, the concerns and thoughts of the day, they seem to have no power here. They cannot penetrate this sanctuary. You move closer to the fireplace, drawn by its warmth and light. There is a leather chair nearby, high-backed and well-worn. its surface creased and softened by countless hours of use. You sink into it, and it receives you perfectly. The leather sighing softly as it conforms to your shape. From here, you can watch the fire, see the logs settling as they burn, sending up occasional small showers of sparks that wink out before reaching the top of the firebox. The crackling continues, a soft, irregular rhythm that requires nothing from you. No response, no attention. Just a gentle presence in the background. Beyond the immediate circle of firelight, the library extends into shadow, shelves upon shelves fading into comfortable darkness. You know they are there. Thousands upon thousands of books, waiting patiently, holding their knowledge in silence. But they do not call to you. They simply exist, as you exist, sharing the space in perfect peace. You let your head rest against the back of the chair, your gaze softening as you watch the fire. The warmth wraps around you like a blanket, soaking into your skin, your muscles, your very bones. Your breathing has slowed without you noticing, falling into rhythm with the pulse of the flames. The library holds you gently, this vast space somehow feeling intimate, protective. Outside, dusk has deepened into night, but you barely notice. Time has become irrelevant. There is only this moment, this chair, this warmth, this profound and perfect stillness. Your eyelids grow heavy, weighted with a pleasant exhaustion. You do not fight it. Here, in the Mahogany library, surrounded by centuries of accumulated wisdom, watched over by countless silent volumes, you are safe. You can let go. You can rest. And so, slowly, peacefully, you begin to drift into the deepest, most restorative sleep. The fire burns on, patient and eternal, asking nothing of you. The chair supports you completely, allowing every muscle to release, every joint to soften. The warmth surrounds you like water, like air, like the gentlest embrace. Your eyes may close now, or they may remain half open, watching the flames through heavy lids, and either way is perfect. The library holds you in its ancient silence. These walls have witnessed countless souls finding rest, and now you join their number. The hearth will keep its vigil through the night. The flames will continue their slow dance. And you are free to drift, to float, to sink into the deepest, most peaceful sleep. Here, before the sanctuary hearth, you are home. Here, you are safe. Here, you can finally, truly let go. Chapter 3. Settling into stillness. You move through the quiet library with slow, deliberate steps, each footfall muffled by the ancient Persian carpet beneath you. The worn leather chair waits in its familiar place, positioned just so before the grand fireplace. You have passed it many times in your wanderings, but now it calls to you with irresistible comfort. The leather is soft, burnished by countless years, countless hands, countless quiet evenings, just like this one. As you lower yourself into its embrace, the chair seems to remember you, molding itself to your form, welcoming you like an old and trusted friend. The armrests are smooth under your palms, warm from the firelight, and you feel your shoulders begin to release, to soften, to let go of whatever weight they have been carrying. Outside the tall, arched windows, you notice the light has changed. Dusk has deepened, sliding gently into the violet stillness of twilight. The world beyond the glass grows dim, softening into shadow, and with that dimming comes a profound sense of enclosure, of safety, of safety. The library feels even more sheltering now, as if the gathering darkness outside only serves to illuminate the warmth within. You settle deeper into the chair, feeling it cradle you, support you. The fire before you crackles softly, its warmth reaching across the space between hearth and chair, touching your face with gentle heat. You can feel it on your cheeks, your forehead, a tender, steady presence that asks nothing of you. It simply gives, radiates, offers its comfort without condition. The flames dance in their ancient rhythm, gold and amber, casting their shifting light across the spines of leather-bound books, across the grain of mahogany shelves, across the texture of stone and wood, and time itself. You watch them without effort, your eyes soft, your breathing beginning to slow and deepen in response to the fire's hypnotic sway. And then you hear it. The first tentative tap of rain against the windows. A single drop. Then another. And another. Until the tapping becomes a gentle patter. A rhythm as old as the earth itself. The sound is exquisite, delicate yet insistent. 1,000 tiny fingers drumming softly against the glass. You turn your head slightly, just enough to see the rain beginning its descent, streaking the tall windows with silver trails, blurring the twilight world beyond. The rain does not intrude. It accompanies. It becomes part of the library's voice, part of its breathing, adding its whisper to the crackle of fire, to the settling of ancient timbers, to the profound quiet that lives between these walls. You feel your body respond to this sound, this primal lullaby. Your muscles release a little more. Your jaw unclenches. Your hands rest more heavily on the armrests. The rain is washing the world, and somehow it is washing you too. There is a blanket draped over the arm of the chair. You had noticed it earlier, folded with care, waiting. Now you reach for it, your fingers finding the heavy wool, thick and substantial, woven with intention and craft. You lift it slowly, feeling its weight, its texture, and you pull it across your lap, smoothing it over your legs, tucking it gently around yourself. The blanket settles over you like a benediction, warm and protective, adding another layer between you and the world, between wakefulness and whatever lies beyond it. It smells faintly of wool and cedar, of storage in some dark, quiet place, and that scent is grounding, comforting. It speaks of preparation, of someone knowing that you would need this, that you would come to this chair on this evening, and that you would want to be warm, to be held. The blanket's weight is satisfying, a gentle pressure that helps you feel where your body ends and the world begins. Cocooned now in leather and wool, warmed by fire, serenaded by rain, you allow yourself to simply be. There is nowhere else you need to go, nothing else you need to do. This moment, this chair, this library, they are enough, more than enough. The space around you seems to breathe, and you realize that you have noticed this before. This sense that the library is alive, not with movement, but with presence. The mahogany shelves rise into shadow above you, their heights lost in the gathering darkness near the vaulted ceiling. But You do not feel dwarfed by them. You feel held, protected, as if the library has drawn itself around you like a cloak. The books watch in their silence, their spines catching firelight, their pages holding centuries of words, of thoughts, of dreams. But they do not demand to be read. They simply stand witness, offering their quiet companionship, their patient presence. They have been here long before you, and they will remain long after, and there is strange comfort in that continuity. Your breathing has slowed without you noticing. Each breath travels deeper now, filling your lungs more completely, then releasing, carrying away whatever tension remains. The fire continues its work, warming your face, your hands, the very air you breathe. You can smell the wood smoke, faint and sweet, mingling with the scent of old paper and leather, of lemon oil on ancient furniture, of dust and time and stories untold. These scents form a tapestry, layered and complex, yet somehow unified, harmonious. They belong together, just as you belong here. In this moment, the rain outside has found its steady rhythm, no longer tentative, but confident, purposeful. It sheets down the windows now, transforming them into liquid mirrors that reflect the firelight back into the room. The world outside has vanished entirely, dissolved into darkness and water, and you do not miss it. Everything you need is here. Within these walls, within this circle of warmth and light, you let your eyes drift half closed, watching the fire through your lashes. The flames become soft, blurred, their edges losing definition. They pulse and sway like something seen underwater, something distant and dreamlike. Your head rests against the high back of the chair, supported, safe. The leather is warm now from your body heat, and you cannot tell where you end and the chair begins. You have merged with it, become part of its structure, its history. How many others have sat here? You wonder, sleepily, how many have watched this same fire, listened to rain against these same windows, felt this same blanket across their lap. The thought does not trouble you. Instead, it deepens your sense of belonging. You are part of a long line of seekers, of those who came to this library for shelter, for silence, for the particular peace that only places like this can offer. And the library remembers them all, holds them all, just as it holds you now. Time has become elastic, unreliable. You cannot say if you have been sitting here for minutes or hours, and it does not matter. The clock on the distant wall ticks steadily, but its voice is so faint, so far away, that it might be measuring heartbeats instead of seconds, measuring the slow pulse of the library itself. Your own heartbeat has slowed to match, a deep, steady, oceanic rhythm that rocks you gently. The fire burns lower now, the logs settling into themselves, their crackle becoming whisper, becoming breath. The rain continues its patient song, and you realize that you are no longer listening to it. You are inside it, part of it. The boundary between inner and outer has grown thin, permeable. The library breathes. You breathe. The rain falls. The fire glows. And it is all one movement, one great exhale into stillness, into peace. You are settling. Settling. Like the logs in the fire, like the dust motes finally coming to rest, like the ancient building itself, settling into its foundations, into the earth. Your thoughts have become slow, languid, rising and drifting like smoke, lacking urgency, lacking form. They are more like impressions now, fleeting sensations that pass through your awareness without catching, without holding. You notice the warmth on your face, the weight of the blanket, the soft embrace of leather, the distant rain, the gentle fire. But these noticing are effortless, requiring nothing from you. You are simply aware, simply present. Your body has grown heavy, so pleasantly heavy, sinking deeper into the chair's embrace. The wool blanket seems to have increased its weight, or perhaps gravity itself has grown stronger, pulling you down, down, into comfort, into rest. Your eyelids flutter, once, twice. The effort of keeping them open has become too much, and so you let them close, surrendering to the darkness behind them. The firelight still dances against your closed lids, painting soft patterns of orange and gold, and you watch these inner lights with detached fascination, feeling yourself drift. The library holds you as you slip towards sleep. Its ancient walls stand guard. Its shelves keep their silent vigil. The fire will burn through the night, tended by no hand you can see, and the rain will continue its steady benediction against the glass, washing the world, purifying the darkness. You are safe here, safer than you have ever been. The chair will not let you fall. The blanket will keep you warm, and the library, this vast, breathing, protective space, will watch over you as you surrender, as you let go, as you allow yourself to drift into the deep waters of sleep. There is nothing to fear, nothing to hold on to, nothing to resist. Only this perfect stillness, this settling into peace, this moment of complete and utter rest. Let yourself sink. Let yourself soften. Let yourself sleep. The library will be here when you wake. Patient, eternal, waiting. But for now, for this long, beautiful night, you belonged to sleep, to dreams, to the darkness that heals. Rest now. Rest. Chapter 4. The weight of pages. The book finds its way into your hands without effort, without thought, as though it has been waiting for you all along. The leather binding is soft against your palms, worn smooth by countless hands before yours, warmed now by your touch. You do not seek to read. Not really. Your eyes drift across the pages with a gentleness that asks nothing of them. The gilt edges catch the firelight, transforming into molten gold for just a moment, then fading back to whisper-thin brilliance. The embossed spine presses gently against your fingers, its patterns telling stories older than the words within. You hold this weight, this comfortable, substantial weight, and feel the library settle around you like a blanket, like the gathering dusk itself, soft and endless and kind. Your thumb traces the edge of a page, so thin you can almost see through it, yet strong enough to have survived decades, perhaps centuries. The paper whispers as you turn it, a sound so delicate it barely disturbs the air. Yet you hear it perfectly in this stillness. Another page, another whisper, like the library itself is breathing with you, teaching you its rhythm. The movement becomes automatic, thoughtless, Your hand knows what to do without instruction. Turn, whisper, settle. Turn, whisper, settle. Each page falls with the same gentle weight, the same soft sigh, and you find yourself falling with them. Deeper into this chair, deeper into this moment, where nothing exists but leather and paper, and the amber glow of firelight, painting everything gold. The text shimmers before you, the letters dancing in and out of focus, and you let them. There is no need to capture their meaning, no need to hold them in your mind. They are decoration now, patterns of ink that swirl and soften, that blur into beautiful abstract shapes when you let your eyes relax. The firelight plays across the page, making shadows dance between the lines, making the words appear and disappear like shy creatures of the forest. You watch this dance without urgency, without desire to understand. The page becomes a canvas of light and shadow, a moving painting that changes with every flicker of the flames, and you are content to simply witness, to simply be present. As the words transform into pure sensation, pure visual poetry, your breathing has changed without you noticing. It matches the fire now, the gentle crackle and pop of burning logs, the soft whoosh as flames consume air and wood. Inhale, the fire brightens. Exhale, it settles back to glowing embers. Inhale, crackle. Exhale, warmth spreading through your chest. The book rises and falls ever so slightly with each breath, as though you and it are one thing now, one quiet presence in this vast room of knowledge and shadow. The rhythm is hypnotic, pulling you deeper into relaxation, deeper into this perfect synchronization of body and element, fire and breath, breath and fire, and somewhere between them, the whisper of pages, the weight of leather, all of it moving together in a dance so slow, so gentle, that time itself seems to pause. Another page turns, or perhaps you have been turning them all along. It is difficult to remember, difficult to track such small movements when your mind has grown this soft, this quiet. The embossed spine catches your attention again, your fingertips exploring its raised patterns without looking, reading through touch alone. Curves and lines, a flower perhaps, or a vine winding upward. You are not certain, and it does not matter. What matters is the texture, the way your skin remembers these shapes, the way they anchor you gently to this moment. The leather is warmer now, heated by your hands, by the fire, by the very air of this library that seems to hold warmth the way stone holds the memory of sun. The gilt edges fascinate you, drawing your gaze again and again. In the firelight, they seem to glow from within, as though each page contains a sliver of captured flame. You tilt the book slightly, watching how the light changes, how the gold brightens and dims with the smallest movement. It is mesmerizing, this simple play of reflection and shadow, this alchemy of fire and precious metal. You could watch it for hours, and perhaps you will. Perhaps you already have. Time has become fluid here, stretching and contracting like the shadows on the walls. The book is patient, infinitely patient. It will wait as long as you need, holding its stories, holding its light, asking nothing but your presence, your quiet, peaceful presence. Your eyes grow heavier, not with strain, but with the sweet weight of complete relaxation. The text continues to shimmer, to blur, and now you let your eyelids droop, Let your vision soften even further until the page becomes nothing but warm tones, amber and cream and gold, all bleeding together into a beautiful haze. The words have disappeared entirely now, dissolved into pure color, pure sensation. You can still feel the book in your hands, still hear the whisper as you turn another page, but seeing has become secondary, unnecessary. Your other senses have grown stronger in the dimming of your sight. You feel the heat of the fire on your face, smell the ancient scent of leather and aging paper, hear the steady crackle and pop that echoes your heartbeat. The weight of the book grows heavier, or perhaps your arms are simply relaxing, letting gravity do its gentle work. The leather binding rests more fully in your lap now, supported by your legs, by the chair, by the very air that holds you. Your hands remain on the book, fingertips gracing the pages, but the effort has left you completely. Everything is support now. Everything conspires to hold you, to let you rest. The chair embraces your back. The book settles into your lap. The warmth wraps around you like invisible arms. You are held, completely held, in this cathedral of books, this sanctuary of shadow and firelight. Outside those tall arched windows, the dusk has deepened, but you hardly notice. Your world has contracted to this chair. This book, this moment of perfect stillness. This moment of perfect stillness. One more page whispers as it turns. The sound so familiar now, so comforting, like a lullaby you have known all your life. The gilt edge catches the light one last time. A farewell shimmer before settling into shadow. Your breathing continues its steady rhythm, synchronized perfectly with the fire, with the quiet pulse of the library itself. In, out, crackle, warmth. In, out, whisper, peace. The embossed spine presses gently against your palm, a reminder that you are still here, still present. Though your mind has drifted far beyond the need for words, beyond the need for meaning. You exist in pure sensation now, in texture and temperature, in sound and silence, held perfectly between waking and sleep, between the world and dreams. The book rests open in your lap, a permanent fixture now, as much a part of you as your own hands. The pages no longer turn. There is no need. You have found the perfect age, the perfect moment, and here you will remain. The firelight continues its eternal dance across the text, making shadows that mean nothing and everything. And your eyes, heavy, peaceful, begin to close. The weight of the book anchors you, grounds you, keeps you safe as you drift. The library breathes around you, vast and protective, filled with the collected wisdom of ages. And none of it matters now except this: the gentle weight of pages, the whisper of paper, the warmth of fire. Chapter 5. Amber glow fading. The brass lamps have begun their slow retreat into gentleness, their light no longer sharp and golden, but softened, mellowed, as if the very air has learned to hold the warmth without the brightness. You notice this shift without alarm, without urgency, simply observing as the library transforms around you. The flames that once danced with such vigor in the great stone hearth have settled now, content to glow, rather than leap. The logs have given themselves fully to the fire, becoming embers that pulse with deep red light, breathing in and out like the heart of something ancient and patient. These coals hold more heat than flame, more presence than performance, and you find yourself drawn to their steady rhythm, their quiet insistence on warmth without spectacle. Outside the tall arched windows, night has claimed its territory completely. The last whispers of dusk have faded into memory, and darkness wraps itself around the library like a protective cloak. Rain streams down the glass in steady rivulets, each droplet finding its path, joining with others in their patient journey downward. The sound is constant now, no longer a surprise, but a companion, a gentle percussion that fills the spaces between heartbeats. You watch the water trace patterns on the window panes, distorting the darkness beyond into shifting abstractions. The rain speaks in a language older than words, telling you that the world outside is washing itself clean, renewing itself, while you remain here, safe, warm, sheltered within these ancient walls. The shadows in the library have grown longer, stretching themselves across the Persian carpets like sleeping cats. They reach from the bases of the towering mahogany shelves, extending toward the center of the room where the firelight still holds domain. But these shadows are not ominous, not threatening. They are comforting, familiar, like old friends who know when to speak and when to simply be present. The leather-bound books on the higher shelves have disappeared into darkness now, their spines no longer catching the light, becoming part of the mystery that fills the upper reaches of this vast space. Only the volumes at eye level remain visible, glowing softly in the amber light, their presence reassuring, proof that knowledge and story remain, waiting patiently for whenever you might seek them. Your chair seems to have grown even more comfortable, molding itself to your form, supporting you with such perfect balance between firmness and softness that you barely feel where your body ends and the cushions begin. The leather is warm now, heated by your presence and by the subtle radiance of the embers. You shift slightly, settling deeper, and the chair responds with a quiet creak, a sound so familiar in this space that it feels like agreement, like the library itself acknowledging your contentment. The armrests cradle your forearms with a weight that feels grounding, anchoring you gently to this moment, to this place. Your fingers rest against the worn leather, feeling the texture of years, the smoothness of countless hands that have sat here before you, reading, thinking, dreaming. The fire gives a small sigh, a gentle settling as one log shifts infinitesimally against another. A small flame rises from the embers, flickering briefly in shades of orange and gold before subsiding back into the glowing bed of coals. You watch this tiny dance without effort, your eyes following the movement with the same gentle attention you might give to a falling leaf. There is no need to focus sharply, no need to analyze or understand. Simply witnessing. The heat from the hearth reaches across the space. Invisible waves of warmth that touch your face, your hands, reminding you that comfort is not always something you see, but something you feel, something that enters you softly, gradually, until you cannot remember a time when you were not. Your eyelids have grown heavy, beautifully, blissfully heavy. Each blink lasts a fraction longer than the one before, your eyes closing with the slow grace of curtains being drawn against the night. When you open them again, the library seems softer still, the edges less defined, as if the whole room is gently blurring at the boundaries. The brass lamps seem to glow from within a mist, their light diffused and tender. The shadows between the shelves appear deeper, more inviting, like pools of velvet darkness that promise rest. You do not fight this heaviness, this gentle pull toward sleep. Instead, you welcome it, recognizing it as the natural conclusion of this evening, the inevitable and perfect ending to these hours spent in quiet companionship with books and fire and rain. The rain continues its steady song against the windows, its rhythm so constant now that it seems to be part of your own breathing, part of your own heartbeat. You inhale, and somewhere outside 1,000 droplets fall. You exhale, and they fall again. Endlessly, patiently. The sound no longer comes from outside, but from everywhere, from the air itself, from the spaces between thoughts. It fills the library with white noise, brown noise, a sonic blanket that wraps around you, muffling any sharp edges the world might have. You feel yourself sinking, not falling, but settling, like sediment in still water, finding your natural level, your place of rest. The library holds you as the rain holds the night, completely, gently, with infinite patience and care. The embers in the fireplace pulse with their secret rhythm, glowing brighter for a moment, then dimming, then brightening again, like slow breathing, like the beat of a sleeping heart. You find your own breath synchronizing with this pulse, slowing to match its ancient tempo. There is wisdom in these coals, the wisdom of things that burn slowly, that give their warmth steadily rather than all at once, that understand the value of endurance over intensity. Your chest rises and falls, and with each cycle you feel yourself releasing, letting go of whatever tension might have lingered in your shoulders, your jaw. The library absorbs these small surrenders, accepting them without judgment, transforming them into more warmth, more safety, more of this profound and enveloping peace. Time has become irrelevant, meaningless. The clock somewhere in the shadows might still be ticking, but you cannot hear it, cannot feel its passage. There is only now, only this moment that stretches in all directions, infinite, and yet somehow contained within these four walls, within this circle of amber light. The books on the shelves hold thousands of stories, millions of words, entire worlds between their covers. But tonight they are content to simply be present, to stand witness as you drift, as you float, as you begin the gentle journey from waking into sleep. They do not demand to be read, do not call for your attention. They are simply there, patient and permanent, promising that they will still be here tomorrow, and the day after, and for all of the days you might need them. The amber glow fades by such small degrees that you cannot mark the moment of its passing. Only the accumulated softness, the gradual dimming. Your eyes close again, and this time they do not hurry to open. This time, the darkness behind your eyelids feels more welcoming than the firelight, more complete, more true. You are held here, in this mahogany library, in this chair by this fire. As the rain falls and the embers glow and the shadows grow longer still, you are safe. You are warm. You are exactly where you need to be. And as the library settles into its deepest quiet, as the night wraps itself more closely around these ancient walls, you let yourself drift, Let yourself fall into sleep, into dreams, into the gentle darkness that has been waiting for you, patient and kind, all along. Chapter 6. The Whisper of Rain. The book in your lap has grown still, its pages no longer turning. The story you were reading has dissolved into the background of your mind, fading like ink in water. Now, there is only the sound, the constant, gentle percussion of rain against the tall, arched windows. Each droplet finds its own rhythm, its own small voice, in the greater symphony. The sound is neither loud nor intrusive, but persistent, like a lullaby that knows no end. It taps against the glass with patient fingers, reminding you that beyond these walls, beyond this sanctuary of mahogany and firelight, the world continues its ancient dance with water and sky. But here, in this moment, you are separate from that world. You are held, suspended, cradled in the arms of this library that has become your refuge. The fire whispers back in answer to the rain, a quiet, crackling voice that speaks in ember and ash. It is a conversation you cannot quite understand, but one that soothes you nonetheless. The flames have diminished now, no longer leaping with their earlier enthusiasm. Instead, they pulse gently, breathing in their bed of glowing coals, casting a warmth that wraps around you like an invisible blanket. The interplay between rain and fire creates a harmony, water and flame, coolness and warmth, exterior and interior, all of it balanced, all of it held in perfect tension. You sink deeper into your chair, your body releasing tensions you did not know you carried. Your shoulders drop, your jaw unclenches, even your fingers loosen their grip on the closed book. Everything is softening, melting, becoming formless and free. The vast library feels smaller now, as though the walls have drawn closer, condensing the enormous space into something intimate, something personal. The towering shelves of leather-bound volumes fade into shadow, no longer demanding your attention. The high vaulted ceiling disappears into comfortable darkness. The antique brass lamps that once illuminated distant corners now seem to focus all their gentle light on this one warm corner where you rest. This is your pocket of the world now. This chair, this fire, this pool of amber light. Everything else has receded, become unnecessary. The grand scale of the library has contracted to hold only what matters, only what comforts, only what allows you to let go. And in this smaller, warmer space, you find a safety that the larger room could never provide. Here you are protected, cocooned, held. Time loses meaning in this place. The clock on the mantelpiece may still be ticking, but you no longer hear it, no longer count its beats. Minutes and hours have ceased to matter. They have dissolved like sugar in warm tea, leaving only sweetness behind. There is no appointment to keep, no schedule to honor, no future moment calling you away from this present one. The rain continues its endless rhythm, and that rhythm becomes your only measure of passing moments, not counting them, but simply acknowledging their flow, like a river that moves without hurry. You cannot say how long you have been sitting here, whether it has been minutes or hours, and the uncertainty brings relief rather than anxiety. For once, you are freed from the tyranny of the clock. You exist in a space between seconds, where breath is the only calendar you need. There is only the rain, its voice never faltering, never demanding. It speaks in soft syllables against the glass, a language older than words. The sound fills the spaces between your thoughts, cushioning them, surrounding them with its gentle persistence. You notice the variation now, how some drops are heavier than others, how the wind occasionally pushes a scatter of water against the panes in a brief flourish before returning to the steady pattern. The rain is both constant and changing, predictable and surprising. It asks nothing of you, requires no response, no acknowledgement. It simply is. Natiawai, Nordi, Neon Sorry Kikir, Horror, Thornday, Henry, Soldi, Pa. And in its being, it gives you permission to simply be as well, to exist without purpose, without effort, without the need to perform or achieve or become anything other than what you are in this moment. A listener, a breather, a presence slowly dissolving into peace. There are the embers, glowing with their secret inner light. They pulse like tiny heartbeats in the hearth, orange and red and deep crimson, fading to ash gray at their edges. The heat they radiate is gentle now, no longer the fierce warmth of flames in full bloom, but something softer, more forgiving. It reaches across the space between fire and chair, touching your skin with invisible hands. Your cheeks flush with it. Your hands relax in its embrace. The embers ask nothing of you either. They burn according to their own nature, consuming what fuel remains, giving light and warmth without condition or expectation. You watch them without really watching, your eyes half closed, your gaze unfocused. The glow becomes hypnotic, a focal point that paradoxically helps you lose focus, helps you drift, helps you surrender to the weight gathering in your limbs. And there is your breath, slowing now, deepening. Each inhale draws in the scent of old paper and wood smoke, leather and rain-freshened air. Each exhale releases something you no longer need, some small tension, some forgotten worry. The rhythm of your breathing begins to match the rhythm of the rain. Or perhaps it is the other way around. It becomes difficult to tell where one ends and the other begins. Your chest rises and falls like gentle waves, like tides pulled by an invisible moon. There is no effort in this breathing, no conscious control. Your body has taken over, remembering its ancient wisdom, knowing how to rest, how to restore, how to prepare for the deep peace that awaits. Your breath becomes a bridge, carrying you from wakefulness toward something softer, something darker, something that waits with patient arms. The book in your lap has become part of you now, its weight so familiar you barely feel it, and its cover is warm from your touch. Its pages holding stories you may never finish, and that is perfectly fine. There will be other nights, other chapters, or perhaps there will not, and that too is fine. Everything is fine in this moment. Everything is exactly as it should be. The Persian carpet beneath your feet holds centuries of patterns, paths walked by scholars and dreamers long gone. You are part of that lineage now, another soul finding solace in this temple of knowledge and shadow. The brass lamps flicker slightly, responding to some draft you cannot feel, and the movement of light across the spines of distant books creates the illusion of motion, as though the library itself is breathing, dreaming. keeping watch over you as you surrender. Your eyelids grow heavy, weighted with the softest exhaustion, the kind that comes not from labor but from permission, from allowing yourself to stop, to be still, to sink into the support that has been offered. When you blink, your eyes stay closed a moment longer each time. The darkness behind your lids is welcoming, familiar, safe. The rain continues. The embers glow. Your breath flows. And all of it happens without your participation. All of it holds you in a net of sound and warmth and rhythm. You are no longer the observer of this sanctuary. You have become part of it, woven into its fabric. Your boundaries dissolve. Where you end and the library begins is no longer clear. You are the rain, the fire, the books, the shadows. You are everything and nothing, everywhere and nowhere. And in this dissolution, you find the deepest rest. Let go now. There is nothing left to hold, nothing left to guard. The library will keep its vigil. The rain will sing its song. The embers will burn until they fade to ash, and all of it will continue whether you witness it or not. You are free to drift, to float, to slip beneath the surface of waking thought into the deeper waters that wait below. Your breath grows slower still. Barely a whisper, barely a movement. The sounds around you become distant, muffled, as though you are hearing them through layers of silk. The warmth of the fire becomes the warmth of sleep itself, wrapping you, holding you, carrying you down, down, into the quiet, into the dark, into the peace that has no name. Rest now. Let the Mahogany library hold you. Let the rain wash away every last fragment of resistance. Sleep, deep and dreamless, safe in this corner of the world, safe in this eternal moment. Sleep. Chapter 7. See, Septum Auri. Huxurtedi. 7. Embers and echoes. The fire has quieted now, transformed from its earlier dance into something more meditative, more ancient. What remains is a bed of glowing coals, pulsing with deep orange warmth, breathing in and out like the heart of some sleeping creature. Each coal holds the memory of flame, the ghost of heat, fading so gradually you cannot mark the moment of its dimming. The light they cast is amber and soft, painting the nearest spines of books in shades of copper and rust. Beyond this small circle of warmth, shadows have claimed their territory. They rise from the floor like a patient tide, slow and inevitable, reclaiming the library inch by inch. The towering shelves that surrounded you in daylight now disappear into darkness above, their upper reaches lost to night. You cannot see where our wood ends and void begins. It is as if the library has no ceiling now, only an infinite upward darkness, vast and strangely comforting. You feel yourself sinking deeper into the chair, and this time you do not resist. The leather has molded to your shape over these long hours, holding you like a familiar embrace. The blanket around your shoulders has grown heavier, or perhaps you have grown lighter beneath it. It is difficult to say. Your body settles into the cushions with a surrendering sigh, muscles releasing tensions you did not know you carried. The stillness of the library wraps around you, layer upon layer of quiet, each one softer than the last. There is no urgency here, no need to move or shift or rise. The world outside these walls has faded to less than memory. Here, in this circle of dying firelight, in this cathedral of books and shadow, time has lost all meaning. Minutes could be hours. Hours could be heartbeats. You sink deeper, still, into the warmth, into the darkness, into the ancient peace of this place. The rain continues its endless lullaby against the windows, unchanged and unchanging. It has been falling for so long now that you cannot remember silence. The sound has become part of the architecture, as permanent as stone, as essential as air. Each drop adds its voice to the infinite chorus, merging with those that came before, indistinguishable from the whole. The rhythm is hypnotic, a pulse without variation, soothing in its predictability. You can feel it in your chest, matching your breathing, slowing your thoughts. The glass panes rattle softly in their ancient frames, a gentle percussion beneath the rain's melody. Somewhere water drips from a gargoyle's mouth, slow and measured, counting moments in a language older than words. The sound enters you, becomes you, until you are not certain where the rain ends and your own breathing begins. It is all one rhythm, one endless falling, one perpetual return to earth. A coal shifts in the fireplace, settling deeper into the bed of ash with the softest whisper. A small breath of sparks rises, tiny stars ascending into shadow before winking out one by one. The orange glow pulses brighter for just a moment, then returns to its steady ember rhythm. The warmth reaches you in waves, each one a little gentler than the last, like the ocean withdrawing from shore. You watch the coals without really seeing them, your eyes half closed, your focus somewhere between waking and dream. The patterns they make are ever-changing, landscapes of light and char, valleys of ash between mountains of glowing heat. Occasionally, a thin ribbon of smoke curls upward, gray against darkness, twisting in currents of air you cannot feel. It rises toward the chimney, dissipating as it climbs, becoming invisible, becoming nothing. The fire is forgetting how to burn, remembering instead how to rest, how to return to silence and stone. The shadows have grown bold in their claiming. They pool in the corners where lamplight cannot reach, thick and textured like velvet curtains. They climb the mahogany shelves, obscuring titles, erasing spines, turning the library into an abstraction of itself. What was once a place of precise architecture and careful order has become something more primal, more elemental. Shapes lose their edges in the darkness. And a desk becomes a suggestion. A ladder becomes a memory. The distant alcoves become myths. You can sense the vastness of the space around you, feel it pressing in with its weight of books and silence. But you can no longer map its dimensions. The library has transformed into something limitless and interior, a landscape of feeling rather than form. And in this transformation, you feel yourself expanding to meet it, your awareness spreading thin and wide, filling the darkness like smoke fills air, dissolving boundaries between self and space. Somewhere in the distant stacks, a book settles on its shelf, wood and leather adjusting to the cooling night air. The sound is barely audible, a soft creak, a whispered confession. But in the deep quiet it carries, reaching you like a message from far country. You do not turn to look. You remain motionless, sinking, settling, becoming part of the furniture, part of the architecture. Your breathing has slowed to match the rain. deep and rhythmic. Each exhale a little longer than the last. The air you draw in tastes of old paper and wood smoke, of dust and time, and the particular sweetness of aging leather. It fills your lungs like liquid, heavy and nourishing, carrying centuries in every breath. When you exhale, you release more than air. You release the day, the week, the accumulated weight of waking hours. Each breath out is a small surrender, a gentle letting go, a step deeper into rest. The brass lamps have dimmed without your noticing, their flames drawing down as oil reservoirs empty, as wicks consume themselves in slow devotion. Their light has become suggestion rather than illumination, casting no shadows because there is no longer enough brightness to define them. The glass chimneys glow like captive moons, soft and hazy, ringed with halos of their own warmth. You watch one without focusing, your gaze soft and inward, and it seems to pulse in time with your heartbeat, growing brighter and dimmer, brighter and dimmer. A tiny lighthouse in an ocean of shadow. The flame wavers occasionally, responding to currents in the air, to the breath of the sleeping library. It leans and recovers, leans and recovers, a meditation in light. Soon it will gutter out completely, and darkness will be absolute, but for now it persists. A small defiance, a golden anchor in the night. You close your eyes, though the difference between open and closed is now negligible. The darkness is the same, but with eyes closed, you can see the library more clearly, its true form revealed in memory and impression. You see it as it was in afternoon light, dust motes turning in slanted beams, spines bright with gilt and color. You see it at twilight, lamps being lit one by one, the fire first kindled, shadows just beginning their patient work. You see it now, ember lit and rain wrapped, claimed by night, transformed into a vessel of rest. And you see it as it will be, in deep night, in the hours before dawn, when even the coals have gone cold, and only the rain remembers to keep vigil. All of these libraries exist at once, layered like pages in a book, and you rest among them, neither here nor there, suspended in the space between moments, held in the eternal present of almost sleep. The rain intensifies for a moment, a sudden rush against the windows, as if the sky has found new reserves of water to release. The sound swells, fills the library, drowns out even the memory of silence, and then, just as quickly, it softens again, returns to its steady rhythm, its endless falling. This pulse, this rise and fade, becomes a kind of breathing, the library itself drawing air, releasing it, living in its ancient way. You are cradled in this breathing, rocked in these invisible arms, safe within walls that have stood for centuries and will stand for centuries more. Nothing can reach you here. No urgency, no demand, no bright and brittle waking world. There is only this, the rain, the embers, the shadow, the bottomless quiet. Your thoughts have become slow and circular, each one dissolving before completion, leaving only feeling, only sensation. You are aware of warmth, of weight, of the soft, persistent music of water on stone, and nothing more. Let yourself sink now, all the way down, past the chair, past the floor, past the foundation stones. Let the library hold you as you descend, through layers of stillness, through depths of rest. The embers glow on without you. The rain falls without witness. The shadows complete their claiming of the shelves and alcoves and distant galleries. You are falling through darkness that feels like warmth, through silence that sounds like music, through solitude that holds you like love. There is no bottom to this falling, no moment of landing, only the endless gentle descent into sleep, into dreams, into the vast and patient darkness that waits beneath all waking. The library will be here when you surface, unchanged, eternal. But for now, let go, let go. Let the rain sing you down. Let the embers light your way. Let sleep, at last, find you here, in this place between pages, this chapter of embers and echoes and rest. Chapter 8, Descending into Dark. Oh, your eyes close now, gently, without effort, and behind your lids there remains the faint impression of embers, glowing softly like distant stars through fog. The library has become more than a place. It has become a presence, something alive and breathing around you, enfolding you in its ancient embrace. You can still smell the old books, that scent of leather and parchment and time itself, layered upon layer of memory, pressed between covers worn smooth by countless hands. The whisper of rain continues beyond the tall windows, a rhythm so steady it feels like the heartbeat of the building itself, and beneath that, the last remnants of warmth from the dying fire. Not heat anymore, but the memory of heat. The ghost of comfort settling over your skin like a blanket woven from shadows and safety. You are held here, truly held, in a way that asks nothing of you. The darkness behind your closed eyes is not empty. It is full, rich with the accumulated quiet of centuries. Every book on every shelf has added its silence to this place. Every reader who ever sat in these chairs and turned these pages has left behind a trace of their peace. And now that peace surrounds you, cocoons you, wraps you in layer upon layer of tranquil knowledge. You do not need to read. You do not need to understand. You need only to rest here, to let the library hold the weight of everything you have carried. Let it all sink into these mahogany shelves, into the thick carpets beneath you, into the stone walls that have witnessed so much and forgotten nothing. The fireplace murmurs its last soft words, a language of settling logs and sighing ash. The flames have diminished to a gentle pulse of orange light, barely reaching beyond the hearth now. But you do not need their light anymore. Darkness is not your enemy here. It is your sanctuary. In the library at night, true night, the shadows gather like old friends, familiar, trustworthy. They fill the spaces between the shelves. They pool in the corners where the lamplight cannot reach, and they wait, patient as the books themselves, for you to surrender fully into sleep. There is no rush, no urgency. Time has softened here, stretched and thinned until it barely exists at all. What is an hour in a place that has stood for hundreds of years? What is a moment in a room filled with millennia of recorded thought? Your breathing has found its rhythm now, slow and deep, matching the rain, matching the quiet crackle of the dying fire, matching the ancient stillness of this place. With each exhale, you sink a little deeper, not falling, but settling. The way dust settles through shafts of light, the way night settles over the landscape beyond these windows, inevitable and gentle. The mahogany around you holds its own warmth, not from the fire, but from within, from the life of the trees that became these shelves, from the hands that carved and polished them, from the years of standing guard over knowledge and dreams. You can almost feel it, that warmth, like a presence watching over you, benevolent, protective, asking only that you rest, that you let go of the day behind you and sink into the embrace of true darkness. The brass lamps have dimmed to the faintest glow, little more than candles now, their light amber and drowsy. They cast no shadows anymore, only a soft suggestion of visibility, enough to remind you where you are, but not enough to hold you to the waking world. The arched windows show nothing but the deep blue-black of night. The dusk has finally surrendered, given way to true darkness, and with it comes a deeper quiet, a more complete silence. Even the rain seems softer now, or perhaps you are simply drifting too far down to hear it clearly. The sound reaches you as if from a great distance, a memory of rain rather than rain itself, and that memory is soothing, familiar, like a lullaby you have known all your life but never consciously learned. You are aware, dimly, of the vastness of this library, the towers of books rising into shadow above you, the corridors stretching away into darkness, aisle after aisle of collected wisdom. But that vastness does not make you feel small. Instead, it makes you feel held. The library is large enough to contain you completely, to wrap around you like a fortress, like a cocoon. You are safe within its walls, protected by stone and wood and the accumulated peace of everyone who has ever sought refuge here. Your thoughts are slowing now, growing quiet. Words lose their edges, meanings blur and soften. You are descending, gently, steadily, into a place below language, below thought, a place where only sensation remains, the whisper of air, the ghost of warmth, the weight of your own body surrendering into absolute rest. The fire has become embers now, true embers, glowing coals that pulse like a slow heartbeat in the hearth. They ask nothing of you. They simply exist, breathing their last warmth into the room. And you breathe with them, in and out, in and out. The darkness behind your eyelids deepens, shifts from gray to black, from black to something even softer, a darkness that feels almost like velvet, textured and rich. You could open your eyes if you wanted to, but you do not want to. There is nothing to see that is more beautiful than this descent, this gentle falling into sleep, this surrender to the library's timeless embrace. You are exactly where you belong, held in place by nothing but peace and shadow, and the quiet knowledge that you are safe. The smell of old books wraps around you like incense, woody and sweet and faintly dusty. It fills your lungs with every slow breath, becomes part of you, mingles with the scent of wood smoke and rain, and the indefinable smell of age itself, not decay, but deepening. The way wine deepens, the way stone deepens, this is the smell of sanctuary, of knowledge preserved, of time made tangible, and it soothes something deep within you, something that has been restless for too long. The Persian carpets beneath you seem impossibly soft now, or perhaps you have simply grown lighter, more yielding. You are melting into this place, becoming part of its stillness, part of its endless patience. The library does not sleep. It simply continues, breath after breath, century after century, and you are held within that continuance, cradled in its ongoing story. You are so deep now, so far from the surface. Words reach you as vibrations rather than meanings, sounds rather than sense, and even those sounds are fading, dissolving into the greater silence that holds everything. The boundaries of your body have softened. You are no longer certain where you end and the library begins. The darkness is complete now, warm and close and comforting. It presses gently against your skin, against your closed eyes. It fills your ears with the softest hush, the quietest whisper. Sleep is no longer something you are approaching. It is something you are within, something that surrounds you and flows through you. You have descended into it as if into deep water, and the water holds you, buoyant and safe. You do not need to swim. You do not need to struggle. You need only to float here, suspended in perfect darkness, perfect quiet, perfect peace. And now, there is only rest, only the library breathing around you, the rain whispering its endless song, the embers glowing their last gentle light. You are held completely, safely, in the embrace of centuries, in the cocoon of accumulated silence, in the darkness that is not absence but presence, full and rich and infinitely kind. Let yourself sink now, all the way down, into the deepest rest, the most complete surrender. The library will keep watch. The night will hold you. The darkness will cradle you in its ancient arms, and you will sleep deeply, peacefully, wrapped in mahogany and shadow and the timeless quiet of this sacred place. Sleep now. Let go. Descend. You are home. You are safe. You are held. Sleep. Chapter 9. The Void Between Dreams. There is almost nothing now, and that is exactly as it should be. The library that once surrounded you with its towering mahogany shelves and leather-bound volumes has become something else entirely. Something softer, something undefined. It is no longer a place you can touch or see, but a feeling that lingers at the edges of your fading consciousness. The boundaries have dissolved. The walls have melted away, and what remains is only the gentlest suggestion of where you have been. A whisper of rain against glass that may no longer exist, a memory of warmth from the fireplace that has become indistinguishable from your own inner comfort. You are floating now, suspended in the space between what was and what will be, held perfectly in the cradle of deepening sleep. Your breathing has slowed to something almost imperceptible, each breath arriving in its own time, unhurried, unnoticed. The rhythm is so gentle that you cannot say when one breath ends and another begins. They flow together like waves on a distant shore, like the turning of pages in a book you are no longer reading. The darkness around you is complete, and it is the most comforting darkness you have ever known. It does not press against you. It does not demand anything of you. It simply holds you, the way the night sky holds the stars. Within this darkness, you are safe. You are free. You are dissolving into something vast and peaceful. The library exists now only as an echo, a feeling of having been somewhere sacred, somewhere quiet, somewhere that prepared you perfectly for this moment of absolute surrender. If you reach out with your mind, you might still sense the faintest suggestion of those tall, arched windows, but they show you nothing now except darkness, a darkness that mirrors the darkness behind your closed eyes. There is no distinction anymore between inside and outside, between the library and your own inner landscape. Everything has become one seamless whole, a tapestry of shadow and rest woven so finely that you cannot see the individual threads. Perhaps there is still the ghost of firelight somewhere, a warmth that flickers at the very edge of awareness. But even that is fading, merging with the warmth of your own body beneath soft covers, becoming part of the same gentle heat that radiates from your core. You are so deeply relaxed now that you have forgotten what tension feels like, forgotten that your body has edges, boundaries, definitions. The mahogany shelves, once so solid and imposing, have become abstract in your mind. They are no longer wood and varnish, no longer objects with weight and dimension. They are simply the feeling of being surrounded, the sense of enclosure without confinement, the comfort of being held within something larger than yourself. The books themselves, all those leather-bound volumes filled with words and stories, have dissolved into pure potential, into the promise of dreams yet to come. You do not need to read them anymore. You do not need to know what they contain, because you are becoming the story now. You are becoming the dream itself. Each breath carries you deeper into this transformation. Each slow exhalation releases another fragment of waking consciousness, another unnecessary piece of the world you are leaving behind. There may have been a time when you could hear the crackling of logs in the fireplace, the soft pop and hiss of burning wood, but now even that has faded to the barest suggestion of sound. It exists only as a memory of comfort, a remembered sensation that your mind no longer bothers to interpret or identify. Sound itself has become meaningless here, in this void between dreams, this sacred space where nothing is required of you. Your ears still work. They still register the faintest vibrations in the air, but your mind no longer translates them into anything specific. They are simply part of the texture of darkness, part of the fabric of this deep and restful nothingness. You are sinking, 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 and there is no bottom to find. Only endless layers of softness, only deeper and deeper shades of peace. Your body has become so heavy, so perfectly relaxed, that it seems to merge with whatever surface holds it. You cannot tell anymore where your body ends and the bed begins. You cannot distinguish between the weight of blankets and the weight of your own limbs. Everything is one continuous sensation of supported rest, of being held by gravity and softness in perfect balance. The library, that vast Gothic space that once felt so real, is now nothing more than a fading impression, like the afterimage that lingers when you close your eyes after looking at a bright light. It was never meant to last. It was only meant to guide you here, to this threshold, this beautiful emptiness where sleep awaits. And you have arrived. You are here, suspended in the void, wrapped in darkness that loves you, held by silence that asks nothing in return. If there is rain, you cannot hear it anymore, but you can still feel the idea of it. the suggestion of water falling somewhere far away, in some other world that no longer concerns you. It is a comforting thought. Rain in the darkness, cleansing and soft. But even this thought is dissolving now, becoming part of the general atmosphere of peace that surrounds you. Your mind has stopped reaching for thoughts, stopped grasping at images or memories or plans. It simply floats, untethered, drifting through inner space like a leaf on a slow-moving current. There is nothing to hold onto here, and nothing to push away. Only the gentle flow of consciousness, gradually releasing its grip on everything it once thought important. The Persian carpets beneath the library desks, the dust motes floating through scholarly air, the brass lamps glowing with their amber light, all of it has returned to the realm of possibility. No longer manifest, no longer necessary. You are breathing so slowly now, each breath taking longer than the last, each exhalation carrying you further away from the waking world. The pauses between breaths grow longer, quieter, more profound, and in those pauses there is nothing, absolutely nothing, just pure existence without thought or sensation. This is the void between dreams, the sacred emptiness that lies beneath all experience, the foundation of rest itself. Here there is no past to remember, no future to anticipate, no present to maintain. There is only this darkness, this comfort, this absolute and perfect letting go. Your consciousness is like a candle flame that has burned down to the smallest flicker, still present, still aware, but barely, just barely, holding on to the last thread of waking awareness before it too dissolves into sleep. The library was beautiful. You can acknowledge that now from this great distance, but you no longer need it. It has given you everything it had to offer, all its quiet wisdom, all its sheltered peace, all its gentle preparation for this moment. The stone fireplace is burned down to embers you cannot see. The windows have darkened to match the darkness inside you. The towering shelves have faded into the same infinite space that holds you now. Everything has become feeling, pure feeling. The sensation of being cradled by the universe itself, of being exactly where you belong. There is no effort left in you, no tension, no resistance, no desire for anything to be different than it is. You have surrendered completely, and in that surrender you have found the deepest rest, the most profound peace, the most complete and comforting darkness imaginable. Let go now. Let go of everything, even the idea of letting go. You are drifting in the void between dreams, in the space where nothing exists except pure rest, pure peace, pure darkness. Your breathing continues on its own, slow and deep and perfect, requiring nothing from you, asking nothing of you. The library has dissolved completely, returned to the dream realm from which it came, and you are free now. Free to sink, free to float, free to float, free to dissolve into sleep. There is almost nothing now, just a suggestion of warmth, a memory of rain, a feeling of having been somewhere sacred. And that is enough, more than enough. It is everything. Sleep is here, all around you, inside you, welcoming you home. Let yourself drift. Let yourself dream. Let yourself disappear into this beautiful, comforting, infinite darkness. You are safe. You are held. You are home. Chapter 10. The Deep Sleep. And now, we have arrived at the place beyond all places. The library has grown quiet, so profoundly quiet that even the whisper of turning pages has faded into memory. The mahogany shelves stand in the darkness, their leather-bound volumes resting, sleeping. As you sleep, the fireplace has burned down to the softest glow, embers breathing, pulsing gently, like a heart beating slower and slower still. There is nothing to hold onto here, nothing to remember, nothing to seek. This is the void, the sacred emptiness, where consciousness releases its final grip, and you drift deeper into the arms of dreamless peace. The midnight keep holds you now, in its ancient heart, where all stories pause and rest until dawn. The tall arched windows, once filled with the purple light of dusk, now hold only darkness. A darkness so complete, so welcoming, that it feels like velvet against your closed eyes. The rain continues somewhere, far away, beyond the stone walls, beyond the world. Its rhythm has become part of the silence, part of the nothingness. You cannot tell anymore where the rain ends and where your breathing begins. They are one, a single pulse, fading into the distance. The brass lamps have dimmed, their glow barely visible, like stars seen through heavy clouds, or memories of light rather than light itself. Everything is softening, dissolving, becoming part of the deep, the endless deep, where you are safe, where you are held. Your body has disappeared. You cannot feel the weight of your limbs, cannot sense where you end and the library begins. Perhaps you have become one of the books, resting on a high shelf, your spine settling into place after centuries of standing. Your pages are still, your story paused, waiting in the comfortable darkness. Or perhaps you are the air itself, the dust motes that float unseen through the scholarly silence, drifting, suspended, held by nothing, needing nothing. The Persian carpets beneath you, or perhaps beneath some dream of you, have grown impossibly soft, deeper than any physical thing could be. You are sinking into them, through them, into a warmth that has no source, a comfort that has no name. Time has stopped its passage through this place. There is no night, no day, no hours counting down or building up. There is only this eternal moment of rest, this infinite pause. The ancient weathered desks hold their vigil in the darkness, patient, knowing they have seen countless souls pass through this library, and they have seen them all find this same deep peace, this same surrender. The stone fireplace breathes its last warmth into the room, a barely perceptible heat, more memory than sensation. It asks nothing of you. It simply is. As you simply are, existing without effort, without thought, without the need to be anything other than this, sleeping, resting, held. The shadows no longer shift. They have settled into their final forms, soft and still. Listen, or rather, stop listening. There is nothing to hear now. Even the crackle of the fire has faded into silence. The rain, that faithful companion, has become so distant that you wonder if you ever truly heard it, or if it was always just a dream, a gentle fiction to guide you here, to this place beyond sound, beyond sensation. The void welcomes you, not as an emptiness to fear, but as a fullness so complete that there is no room for anything else. No worries can exist here. No thoughts can take root. No dreams can form. This is the space between, the pause between heartbeats, stretched out into infinity. You are dissolving into it, becoming it. And it is the most natural thing, the most peaceful surrender. Let go. Let go completely. There is nothing left to hold. The library sleeps with you. Its towering mahogany shelves rest in the darkness, their wood settling, contracting ever so slightly in the cool night air. They are breathing, slowly, in rhythm with you, or perhaps you are breathing in rhythm with them. It no longer matters which came first. You are part of the same ancient dream, the same deep restoration. All the stories held within these walls, all the words written in all the books, have fallen silent, returned to the potential from which they came. They rest now, as you rest, waiting for nothing, content in the waiting. The Gothic arches rise above you, invisible in the darkness, but you can feel their presence, their protective curve, holding space for your sleep, blessing it. The midnight keep knows your name, though it will never speak it. It simply holds you, as it has held so many before. Deeper still, if deeper is even possible, you have passed through the layers of sleep, through the busy dreams and the quiet dreams, through the threshold where thought becomes sensation, and sensation becomes nothing. You are in the heart of it now, the core of deep, dreamless, restorative sleep. This is where your body does its sacred work, healing, renewing, releasing what no longer serves. But you are not aware of any of this. You are not aware at all. There is only the peace, the profound peace that fills every cell, every fiber, every particle of your being. The darkness is complete, and in its completeness, you are whole. The void is perfect, and in its perfection, you are restored. Nothing disturbs this place. Nothing can reach you here. You are safe, absolutely safe, in the deepest chamber of the keep. The dust motes have settled, coming to rest on ancient surfaces, on book spines and lamp bases, and the arms of chairs. They will rise again with the dawn, dancing in new light. But for now, they sleep, as all things sleep. The fireplace holds its breath. The stones remember the warmth, will hold it through the long night, releasing it so slowly that the change cannot be measured, only felt in some deep, unconscious way. The rain, if it still falls, falls in another world, a world of waking and doing and being. You are not in that world. You have crossed over, passed through the veil, into this sanctuary of rest, this haven of nothingness, and here you will remain, suspended, held, protected, until your body has taken what it needs from the silence, from the dark, from the deep and dreamless void. There are no words left now. Even these words are fading, becoming sounds without meaning, vibrations in the darkness, soon to dissolve completely. The library has given you everything it has to offer. Its stories, its warmth, its shelter, its blessing. And now it gives you this final gift, the gift of pure, uninterrupted, bottomless sleep. You are a book that has closed, your story complete for now, resting on the shelf in the darkness. You are a flame that has returned to ember, glowing softly, asking nothing, needing nothing. You are the rain, fallen to earth, absorbed, become part of something larger, part of this cycle, part of the eternal return. Sleep, sleep. There is nothing else required, nothing else desired. Only this, only peace, only the void, only rest. And so, we leave you here, in the heart of the midnight keep, where all stories pause and rest until dawn. The library watches over you, silent and steadfast, its ancient walls holding back the world, holding space for your sleep. The mahogany shelves, the leather books, the brass lamps, the stone fireplace, the Persian carpets, the weathered desks, all of it rests with you. In this sacred darkness, in this holy silence, there is no ending here, only continuation, only the endless deep, only sleep. May you rest well, may you sleep deeply, may you wake restored when the dawn finds you. Until then, sleep, sleep, sleep. The midnight keep holds you, and will not let you fall. Good night, good night, good night.